real practice. It means that we need to make the experience of the Dharma. It's not only intellectual, We have to transform something. So first, traditionally, we recite the refuge and we develop bodhicitta, so it's what we'll sing now. And we'll see this topic after. Okay?
Thank you.
Sogi chona jonchu adudani kyamsuchi dagi jinsogi pesanam gi jola penche sangye rupa ishu sangye chona sogi chona la jonchu adudani kyamsuchi Dagi jinsogi pesanam gi jola penche sangye rupa shu sangye charan sogi chonam la janchu badudani kyapsuchi Dagi jinsogi pesanam gi jola penche sangye rupa shu
I take refuge until enlightenment. Through the merit of my generosity and other virtues, may I attain Buddhahood in order to benefit all beings. May all beings have happiness and its causes. May all beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they never be separated from this joy and enjoyment, untouched by suffering. May they abide in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
So first, we can see the meaning of this prayer that we recited, and that many of you recite several times a day. But what really is the meaning of this prayer, To take refuge, what does it mean? To take refuge, why do we use refuge? This word, refuge. When we are in the mountains, alone, and the dark is coming and cold is coming. We are looking for a refuge. And why do we need a refuge at this moment? Because without refuge, it would be death. No? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if we use this word, refuge, in this prayer, maybe there is the same meaning. You're okay? So the practice means that first we have to find a refuge. And from what do we have to look for a protection? Why to take refuge? We want to protect of what? In other words, why did we decide to become a Buddhist? The Buddhism, or I prefer the term Dharma. Dharma is a protection. A protection for what?
Suffering.
Suffering. Yeah, suffering. So I think a Buddhist is someone who is exhausted of suffering. Until here. He doesn't want to suffer anymore. There is no meaning to suffer. We can have teachings from suffering, but it's not obliged to suffer to understand something. And to protect ourselves and others from suffering, we have to know the cause of suffering. The Four Noble Truths, the first teaching that the Buddha gave is a very pragmatic, we can say pragmatic teaching. It's not looking for an answer for who created this world or is God existing or not, It's not really important for a Buddhist practitioner. The first important is everybody wants to be happy. And everybody is still suffering. So there is a contradiction between our wish and what we live every day. So we have to think about that. Before to be, Buddhism is nice, and but the foundation of the Dharma is I don't want to suffer, and nobody wants to suffer. Are you okay with that? Everybody wants to be happy. So we have to find the cause of suffering for ourselves, but also for others. Because there is no fundamental reason between me and you. Here, everybody wants to be happy today. And maybe you come here today because it's something who can make you more happy than before. And if you think about all the decisions that you took during your life, it was to be happy, no? People are living in couples. You did not decide to live with someone and saying to yourself, it will be great, 50 years minimum of problems and of, It's not in this motivation that you decided to marry, for example, and to have children also, to have a family, or to have a good job. Everything we do, everything we decide in our life, is to make more happiness. Maybe we do confusion between happiness and comfort. Maybe, sometimes, yeah. Because comfort is important, but it's not real happiness. We can see that every day in our daily life, that the comfort is, pleasant and important, but we can be very much unhappy with our comfort. And who is happy or unhappy? The mind. Who is making the experience of happiness? That's the mind. So it's why Dharma is talking so much about meditation. Because the meditation is not just a relaxing meditation, it's transformation of something in our mind. And it's with always the same motivation. I want to transform something in my mind because I'm aware that this working on my mind in a normal way is making suffering to me and to others. I think this point is very important at the beginning of our path in the Dharma practice. What do we have to transform in my mind? I don't practice meditation by, just to wait for a kind of a miracle. After years and years of meditation, something will happen in my mind. This kind of practice, I call it superstition. For me, it's a kind of superstition. I practice the Dharma because I really want to transform something in my mind. So it's not a psychotherapy. This is something else. Psychotherapy, it's very important, but this is something else. It's not the same path. There's not the same method. But if I practice the Dharma for several years and I don't see any change in my mind, in my way how to be, in my daily life, I have to check my practice. I have to come again in my practice and to say maybe there is something wrong in my way how to practice. I don't have to wait. Something happens from something outside of me, My master is my mind. And the mind is the master for everything I do, everything I say, everything I think. So the place of the mind is very much important. And in the Dharma, the real refuge is in ourselves. This is our mind. We cannot find a real ultimate refuge outside from ourselves. Maybe we are not so much 100% agree with that, but we have to think of it. And we cannot, practice the Dharma because the Buddha taught this, or because in our tradition the Tibetan are doing like this. The Dharma is a method to transform our mind. And we have to be sure of that. We don't have to believe it. We have to experiment it. Everything in the Dharma must be authentified, we say? Authentified? Yeah, by our practice. Authentic?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to escape. Yeah.
Authenticized.
Huh? Authenticized?
Authenticized.
Sized, okay. Yeah, good.
To see if it's authentic, to check if it's authentic.
Yes. Yeah, it's very important to correct me, because as I said yesterday, once I went to Dublin for a teaching, and during all the day I was talking about causes and conditions in the karma law and things like this. And all the day I said I was talking about cows and conditions. And nobody moved. Nobody said something. And Paul O'Connor, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Evening time at the restaurant, he said, "Oh, Lama Tsultrim, I have to tell you something. Every other day you spoke about cows and conditions." I did not see the... Anyway, some words like this. And at the beginning when we discovered Dharma, maybe we don't think of that. But slowly we have to discover that this is our mind, which is the master of everything in our life. When you want to do something, first you decide it in your mind. If you want to say something, hello, good morning. If you want to say something, if you want to act, this is first in our mind. So it's why His Holiness Dalai Lama says all the time that if we want to change the world, we have first to change our mind. It doesn't mean that we cannot do anything for the world. What we can do, we can do. But ultimately, this is in our mind. The origin, the real cause of our actions and speech. So I think before transforming our mind by meditation, we have to know very clearly and to be aware of what we have to change in our mind and why to change it. Why our mind is, this working of our mind is making suffering for us and for others. We have to be very clear with that. And it's not obvious to see or to be aware of all the aspects of our mind. Because some aspects, we live it, and we don't want to face and to see that. But I think one day we have to go in this part of our mind, and to see that even that, I have to change it. So the spiritual path is not so much comfortable sometimes, Sometimes it's okay, but sometimes we have to decide, really to decide, to change something. Because personally, I don't believe in miracles in Buddhism. And I'm not waiting for, after reciting 1 million of mantras, for example, that something will happen, 20% of enlightenment or something like this, I don't believe in that. I believe only in my mind. Mind is my support. And meditation is transforming the mind, but not as a miracle. It's transforming the mind as skillful means, we can say, to help me to transform something, because I decided to transform something. For example, if my character is to be angry very quickly, I have to work on that. If I'm not aware of that, I will not change it, and after 20 years of practice, I will still be angry all the time. It's not transforming like this, So it's why we have to meditate every day. But to meditate is to be aware of what happens in our mind. It's not to recite mantras or to sing mantras just like this and thinking of something else, and to be completely distracted. It's not doing rituals in Tibetan language that we don't know the meaning, for example. I don't mean by this that the rituals are not important. They are very much important when we understand why they are so much important and what we are doing. You see, for example, prostrations that we do. I saw that nobody did, but it's great if you don't know the meaning of prostrations. But there is a meaning of everything we do in the Dharma practice. And it's not because the Tibetans are doing like this for centuries that we have to do it. If they do something, it means something. And we have to know what is the meaning of that. If we do 3 prostrations, for example, what is the meaning of prostrations? Why do we use our body to prostrate? Who has an idea? Those who were not in London yesterday, who has an idea about that?
To me, it's to show thanks for the teachings
Yeah?
of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha.
Yeah. But is it something just to be grateful for the teachings, for example? Is it enough to transform something in your mind?
I think it's a sign that you want to use your body in order to follow the Dharma. So all of your actions, you want to use your body to live the Dharma. It's through the body that we experience everything, live.
Yeah, and why is it important to use the body in the practice?
It's engaging in the practice.
Engaging? Yeah. And also?
It's how we experience the world through our body.
Yeah, you can feel something in your body, not only mentally, not only intellectually, but you can feel sensation and something with your body. And in Buddhism, body is not separate from the mind. We say that the body is a reflection, the reflection of the mind. In the body we can see how is the mind at this moment, And so to do something by the body is, as you said, we feel something. But what do we have to feel when we prostrate? To give up. To surrender, to give up. And it's something strong, no? To give up. You cannot give up. You cannot surrender to someone, to something in which you are not in confidence. In something in which you are not in confidence, and total confidence. It's to surrender. All the body, is participating to this giving up. So we have to be in confidence with the object in front of which we are practicing in this way. So it's not just a cultural moment, It's something which must have a deep meaning in our mind. What I'm doing is to give up. And what do I have to give up? What kinds of obstacles I meet on my path to Buddhahood, to enlightenment. And we must identify our own obstacles. We have to be the master of our practice. We are responsible of our practice. It's, as I said yesterday, the Buddha didn't change one mind. He didn't change nothing in his disciples. He just taught the way how to become a Buddha. Okay, but it was the disciples were free, completely free, to follow and to practice these instructions. He never obliged someone to practice, and we are not obliged. We are not obliged, and it's as I said yesterday. For me, it's a good privilege that I became a Buddhist by myself, and not because my parents were Buddhist. They are not, and my family is not. The society where I grew up is not. My country is not. So I decided by myself to become and to follow this path. It's something that I decided, and I did not decide it like this. I was thinking before, reading text, and just to be sure that this path is something that I want to follow, because I can feel that's bringing something really important to transform something in my mind. So the confidence is coming from the teaching. This confidence can come from someone, but be careful of that. First, our master is teaching. And when you meet someone who incarnates, we can say, incarnates the teaching, okay, you can be in confidence with him. But the Buddha said, your own master is the Dharma. I think it's very much important. And for the people who took refuge here, some people took refuge, yeah. So when you took refuge, nobody obliged you. And you did not take refuge saying, I take refuge, but no. Usually we were more happy when we took refuge. It was a real deep decision that we took, And as Kalu Rinpoche, previous Kalu Rinpoche said, keep this motivation of the beginners all your life, during all your practice. And if you lose it, please come again to this motivation. Why one day you decided by yourself to take refuge and to enter in this path? And that's the privilege, I think, for Westerners for the moment, to decide to become Buddhist or not. It was very much important to choose this path for us. And the refuge, because we slowly and slowly we became aware that nothing in the world is the ultimate protection against suffering. It doesn't mean the world is bad. The world is like it is. There are bad things and there are very good things. And it's not a problem. And I don't want to say that the world is bad, not at all. But you cannot find anything in the world which can be an ultimate protection against suffering and the cause of the suffering. And when you are Buddhist, you have to be sure, and if you are not sure, you have to work on this and to think again and again about that. young age, old age is coming very quickly. And friends and family, it's very much important. Even even you, it's very important, yes. But you cannot be an ultimate refuge, okay? It doesn't mean that I have to, to separate them, but I have to be aware that it's very nice, very comfortable, but to find an ultimate refuge in another place. And the real place, this is in our mind. Show me something outside in the world in which you can be, this is an ultimate refuge. So it's why some people think that Buddhism is a very pessimistic, we say? Pessimistic? What? Pessimistic?
Yeah.
Pessimistic path. It's not a pessimistic path. I don't think so. We're talking about all the time about suffering. A friend of mine said, the Buddhists, you're always talking about suffering. And suffering maybe is not the right translation of dukkha. Dukkha is I prefer sometimes to keep the Sanskrit term of dukkha. Because suffering, we see physical suffering, mentally suffering. And if I'm not suffering physically this morning, if my mental is quite okay this morning, I can say that I did not meet suffering dukkha this morning. But you don't think to have met dukkha this morning? Yesterday it was so nice weather, and today? How do we feel about that, this change? If there is a little bit frustration or regret, this is dukkha. So we meet dukkha all the time, no? Some kinds of thoughts, sensations, it can be dukkha. And the aim of the Dharma is not to be free from suffering, it's to be free from dukkha. And we translated dukkha by suffering, but frustration by, this kind of, I'm not so well today, I don't know why. This is dukkha. And who is feeling that? Our mind. And today, weather is not so bad, it can be a cause of dukkha in my mind, okay? But some other people must be very happy to have water, or I don't know, So who is right? Is the bad weather dukkha by nature? No. It's how I perceive it, how I face this situation, So this is my mind who is facing. So this is dukkha is in my mind. And slowly we can feel, we can be sure that the origin of dukkha, it's the way of my mind is facing some worldly daily situations. When the Buddha said the aim of the Dharma is to be free from any kinds of suffering, old age, birth, sickness, and death, does it mean that a practitioner who is realizing enlightenment, doesn't leave old age if he becomes old, is free from sickness? But we can meet Rinpoches, many Rinpoches who are sick all the time. So are they not Rinpoche, or they are Rinpoche? It doesn't mean that the situations of the daily life outside of us, or even in us, they will disappear. No. What we can transform is how we can face these situations. So you have to ask yourself, since you are practicing, are you facing in another way the situations of your daily life? We have to be the, how to say, I don't find the word. Help me. I don't know.
The judge?
Huh?
The judge of that?
No. Somebody was telling you, oh, that's right or not right. Correct, something like this. We don't have to wait. It's coming from outside. Well, we are the judge ourselves, the judge of our practice. Nobody can know exactly what happens in our mind. Even the master in who are completely in confidence, who are not saying everything. Sometimes we are saying the very good experience that we can have, sometimes the bad one, but sometimes are still hidden. Hidden, we say? Hidden? Hidden? Yeah, in our one place in our mind. But we know there is this. And we know that one day, I reacted very negatively in a situation, So this, I have to put my meditation, to focus my meditation on this point and to unroot this problem. When we take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we take refuge in the Buddha. You think really we take refuge in the Buddha who taught Dharma? If we take refuge in this way on the historical Buddha, it's like to take refuge in God. We don't have any contact with God, we don't have any contact with the Buddha. So we can have a lot of gratitude, respect, and for this man who taught the Dharma. Okay. But the Buddha, to take refuge in the Buddha, real meaning is to take refuge in our mind, in our Buddha's nature. It's why in the Zen Soto practice, when they arrive in front of their cushion, they make gasho, they do gasho, they salute, gasho in front of the cushion. Because they know that they will meditate to develop something in their mind and not outside. So taking refuge in the Buddha deeply is, I recognize my Buddha's nature and I surrender by the body to my Buddha's nature. So this is something inside of us. And it's why Buddhism in the Tibetan language is Nangpa. Nang is inside. It means inside. Buddhism doesn't exist. It's not a word existing in Tibetan language. But Nangpa, yes, it means that for a practitioner, a Dharma practitioner, he sees everything, the cause of his happiness and the cause of his suffering inside, in his mind. It doesn't mean that you don't have to put a statue of the Buddha and things like this. Yeah, if it's inspiring, it's okay. But keep this, the Buddha is showing what you are. Is showing your Buddha's nature. And that's the one point very much difficult, I think, in the West. To believe, to be sure, not to believe, to have the certainty that we have this Buddha's nature. Because in our culture, it's maybe more a culture of to be sinner. And someone,
To be a sinner.
sinner,
Oh,
yeah. And someone gave his life for our sins. I don't say anything about Christianity, but this culture is saying like this, and we are living in this culture. So this is, even if we are not Christian or not Christian anymore, we have this culture in our molecules, And many people are practicing Dharma in this way. Expecting everything from the Buddha. I don't make any efforts, I just pray. Please do it, please do it, please do it. I don't think it will work in this way. So how to discover our Buddha's nature? We speak about the Buddha's nature. This is emptiness. Emptiness, we don't know what it is exactly. We never had the experience of emptiness. This is a ultimate bodhicitta. And until we have the experience, we speak of something that we don't know exactly what it is. But the other aspect, the relative bodhicitta, qualities of love, compassion, all these qualities, we have the experience of that. So we know one aspect of this Buddha's nature, because everybody loves someone, everybody has compassion for someone. Are you sure? But are you sure that you have yourself these qualities? And that's a big problem in the West, this. For example, we always think others, he's very nice, he's doing very positive things. Myself, oh no, it's maybe to be pride to think in this way from myself, It's not a Buddhist attitude. The attitude of Buddhism is to recognize this Buddha's nature in everyone, even myself, because I'm not an exception. All beings. We say in the prayers, for all beings. All beings. It's including myself. And Rinpoche is always teaching about that. He said, don't put yourself, beside. You are a member of all beings. Sometimes it's very difficult to recognize this relative bodhicitta, these qualities in some people. Yes, today, weather is very different than yesterday. Yesterday there were no clouds. Today there are clouds. So we don't see the sun. But does it mean that the sun disappeared today? No. So it's not because it's very difficult to see, to feel the qualities in someone, that in someone his Buddha nature disappeared. It's still here. But how to recognize these qualities in every being if we don't recognize these qualities in myself? So first, we have to see and to be sure that we have this Buddha's nature. And if you're not sure of that, make a list of all your qualities. And if you don't are too much ease, to describe all your qualities, ask your relatives and your families, what are the qualities, not defaults, but your qualities that they can feel about yourself. And you will see the list will be very long. And when we become to be sure that we have these qualities, it doesn't mean that we have to think that we don't have defaults anymore. But to be aware of these qualities, we understand at this moment that the practice can help to develop these qualities and not to make the veils and defaults diminishing. We are too much giving importance on the veils and negative things of ourselves. And we don't take care enough of our qualities. And that's maybe a problem on the Westerners, for the Westerners practicing Dharma. I think so. To recognize that we have some qualities, many people say, oh, but it's pride. No, it is like this. I'm not only black, I can be white also sometimes, and it's not all the time. But these qualities are existing in ourselves. And if I'm sure of that, I can be sure that everyone here has also qualities. And even the worst people in the world, we can recognize it. So that's a real, for me, this is a real refuge in the Buddha, And to develop these qualities, we need a method. We need a method. So that's a refuge in the Dharma. But this refuge in the Dharma doesn't mean that I have to believe the Dharma. I have to receive the instructions. I have to know more and more what the Dharma is teaching, and to take something in the Dharma that I need for the moment to develop this quality. And from that, I have to practice. It means I have to use this instruction in my daily life in the aim to transform and to develop this quality. And due to the experience, I can be in confidence with the Dharma. But the confidence is not faith, just faith, Buddha said that, so I have to do like this. Absolutely not. For myself, it's not working. I don't know for you, but for myself, I just tell you my experience. For myself, it's not working. I have to do the experience of the Dharma. And in the text, it's written, the Buddha said, don't believe what I'm teaching, because I am the Buddha. So for me, it's very much important that our practice authentifies the Dharma itself. And it's why the Buddha, the Dalai Lama one day said, if one day science make one point of the Dharma fake, yeah, we give up this point of the doctrine, of the teaching, The experience is very much important, and this is the how to say, characteristic of oral transmission. The Dharma is not a text tradition. This is an oral tradition. Or is it correct? Oral tradition, transmission. It means that the text is a support only. But the text is helping to get the experience. And that's the experience which is the final, the best, the final aim is this experience of transformation of ourselves. So it's why the Dharma is so wide, we say, so wide, so many teachings in the Dharma, because we don't have to know all the Dharma's aspects. But there is something in the Dharma which can be very useful for this moment and for me. Maybe it's not useful for you. It will be maybe useful one day, maybe never, but we have to find something helping us for transformation. So that's the refuge in the Dharma. And after that, we take refuge in the Sangha. It means in the old people who are thinking in the same way, not thinking the same things, but thinking in the same way. And also we need the examples of elders, practitioners, and also from the masters of the lineage. And it's why the lineage is so much important in Buddhism. This is due to the transmission of the example of the masters from the past. It's very nice. And, when you read the text, you see all the time that the master who wrote this text, for example, Gampopa, when he says something, he's saying at the same time that the Buddha said the same thing, or master of the past said also the same thing. It means that I'm not inventing something. I'm just saying the same way in another way, because maybe the time, the people are different, so the transmission must be different. Transmission is not something very solid and that we cannot move, we cannot change. The form must be changing. So in this way we take refuge in the three jewels. It's not something, that we have to express when we recite the prayer, when we do the three prostrations, without meaning. We have to keep and to come again to this deep meaning of the three of the refuge. Okay, for that? What, again? More? More, it means, yeah. Okay, that's enough. Questions about that?
I was just wondering, you were saying that when you're meditating, you need to focus on this, and
when you meditate?
When you're meditating,
yeah,
you need to bring in things that you need to work on.
Sorry? When you're meditating, yes?
Meditating, I think you said, this is what I thought you said.
Yeah.
That you might identify areas that the Dharma's helped you to see that you need to work on.
Yeah.
So how do you do that and stay present in the moment?
To authentify the Dharma instructions, you said? How to do?
How do you work on your faults, your defaults, you were saying? When meditating, without becoming distracted.
Yeah, that's the method.
Yeah.
That's the method. And we start to put our mind in one support. Because our mind cannot stay 10 seconds calm. Even now I'm speaking to you, maybe my mind is, in London what I did yesterday or something like this. It's what we call distraction. So we have to educate our mind slowly and slowly. But we have to educate our mind to be more, not so much distracted. And first, meditation is we have to take a support, for example, breathing, but you can take any kind of supports, which is comfortable for the mind. If it's flower, it's a flower, But you don't say, oh, this flower is this type of flower or this color, No. But you keep awareness of this flower, and you leave all your thoughts coming. You don't have to block something, to stop something. You still have thoughts, you still have sensations and perceptions, you know. You still see the dog, for example, moving. It's not a problem. You know, it's a part of all phenomena that we have to face. They are here. So all these sensations, perceptions and thoughts are coming and coming and coming. Don't block anything, but stay here. Don't go with the dog is doing, with the thought crossing your mind. First, that's the first point of the calm abiding. And our mind is not used to do that. So even if we want, it will go. It will follow. So first we have to take a support. Stay here. Stay here. But don't close the door. You know, everything can come, but you stay here. The mind, you say to your mind, stay here, and you do. You know, the calm abiding, we say, is not something, meaning there is nothing else. There is nothing, no thoughts, no sensations, and no perceptions. Many people think to meditate until calm, it means not to have thoughts, sensations, and perceptions. It's absolutely impossible. Mental consciousness is working. So the thoughts are the objects of the mental consciousness. So thoughts will come all the time. It's like if the the visual consciousness is working and you meditate and until you don't see. But if your eyes are open, consciousness, visual consciousness is working, you can meditate years and years, you will see. You know?
So if you then get a thought about an area the Dharma has helped you to think you need, if you then find a focus on an area that you want to think about and work on,
yeah,
you do that and stay present as well.
You stay awareness about your support, and everything is coming. You leave it, let it go, everything. That's at the time.
So how do you work on it?
How to work on it?
If you let it go.
That is work.
But if you don't grasp the things, you know, it will go. How many thoughts did you have since this morning? Many. And where are they now? Are you thinking still what you were talking when you took your breakfast, for example? Absolutely not.
No, I do understand the thoughts and sensations.
If you want
I do understand that thoughts go.
to stand,
I understand.
to stand, what?
Understand.
I understand. Oh, if you want to understand the thoughts.
I understand that thoughts come
Yeah.
and go. I think I'll just, don't worry.
Can I say what I think?
No, but
perhaps what
yeah.
I feel she's trying to ask
So,
is if there's an area, say, I want to be less greedy. This is something I want to develop, to be kinder. How do we bring this into the actual meditation practice? Or is it by being present and meditating on nothing particularly that we then can become naturally less greedy?
no,
Is that?
I don't think.
Yes, yeah.
You need to begin. You need a support. You need to place your mind, to stabilize your mind in something. After two seconds, maybe your mind will go, but you have a support. So you take back your mind, your awareness on this support, and this is the training of that will make it natural. It will become natural, but it's not natural at the beginning. Our mind is continuously, following something. And you become aware, with the practice, you become aware of that. Because the first thing showing that your mind is a little bit stabilizing is to feel that you have so many thoughts and to be completely distracted. And you're not, you're less, but you're much aware of this working of the mind. Is it what you ask?
Isn't it to do with the insight meditation, the two different types of meditation? So not that I know, but the calm abiding is focusing on your breath, say, but the insight meditation is what you're asking the question about, that how do you then have the insight into a difficulty or something you want to overcome while focusing just on your breath? Is it?
Yeah, that's...
Because I was confused as well, yeah, I thought that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's a question.
Can you repeat?
So I understand that there are two types of meditation.
There are many kinds of meditations.
So that there are calm abiding meditation and insight meditation.
Yes.
So how... no, I can't explain. How do you have the insight into your difficulty that you want to overcome while focusing just on the breath? Am I making that more complicated?
The breath or something else. But you cannot... most of the text, 90% of the text say that you have to begin by calm abiding. It's not possible, really, possible to have experience of insight meditation if you did not have training about calm abiding.
So it's about being patient and
Yes.
working on that breath, and eventually say it was anger instead of greed, it was anger, that will start to dissipate.
Yes, slowly and slowly. But the training, we need absolutely training. It's why, it's like if you are practicing sport or if you're practicing, music, you have to do your exercises every day. And for meditation, it's exactly the same. To understand something doesn't transform anything in our mind. So to understand the method to meditate, how to meditate for the calm abiding, for example, or insight meditation is very good. But we have to train, and to train is sitting on our cushion. Rinpoche Rinpoche said, one day he said, I know very well how to drive a car. But when he's trying to drive a car, it's a big problem. He knows everything how to drive a car, but he doesn't have the experience of that. And it's not because we know the method mentally that the mind will become calm. We have to train, and to train again and again. And it's good if you can sit every day, 20, 30 minutes. But it's good also to do this exercise when you are in the daily life, when you go to your job, when you are doing something in your home, for example. You have to be aware. How is my mind today? Completely distracted or not? And when you are aware that your mind is completely distracted, okay, you try to be in the present moment. And if you can, you take a support. If you don't want support, you don't take a support. But you have to do something to educate your mind. It's nobody arrived, success without training. And for the meditation, it's absolutely the same thing.
Any question?
No, it was more of an experience. I must admit, I think I've forgotten now. Because we've moved on to so many things.
Maybe you'll come back.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay.
If it's important, I'll come back.
Okay. So, you want to meditate a few minutes? just to train for that. So you have to use your body for meditation first. You know, as we said, the body is the reflection of the mind. So if we use our body, there will be an effect on the mind, and the mind will have an effect on the body also. So we have to sit. If you sit in a chair, okay, but try to keep your back straight. And one thing important is to keep the eyes open when you meditate. Don't try to create something inside in your mind. Just relax and to be aware of what happens in your mind. There are still thoughts, sensations, perceptions. Nothing new. You're just aware of this movement, of these phenomena, and you don't follow them. You don't reject them, you don't follow them. Let them go. many things can happen. Just be aware of that and let it go. Don't follow the thoughts and other phenomena. Keep clear awareness, so don't be in dullness. You know, our mind has a lot of habits from time beginningless, we say. Huh? Yeah. So these habits, it's very strong, and will not transform our mind in few months. Clear of that. So we have to repeat and to repeat again and again the training. If you are just starting to begin the meditation, you have to meditate short time, 10, 15 minutes, no more, because the dullness or distraction will come. So it's better to meditate 10 minutes and maybe 2 or 3 times a day than 20 minutes and to finish the meditation like this. Avoid this distraction and also dullness, because these tendencies can be very strong in our mind, and every time we'll meditate, we'll have the dullness coming again. For example, our mind is very, very intelligent, we can say. If after 15 minutes of meditation you think, oh, I would like to drink a tea, and you take tea, tomorrow after 15 minutes of meditation, the image of the tea will come in your mind. Be sure of that. So we have to be very much relaxed in our mind, but in the same time we have to be, how to say, not strict, but discipline. How do you say? Discipline?
Discipline.
Yeah. It means that we have to meditate every day. It depends on what you want to do with meditation. Is it for freedom of suffering? That's the aim of Dharma. So we have to meditate every day. It's just to be relaxed. It's only to be relaxed, and to be more comfortable. Okay, you do what you want. But it's not the aim of the Dharma, And meditation is not only for the Dharma. It's practicing in another situations and in another, path. It's used by the Dharma because it means to work in our mind. That's all. So it's not specifically Buddhist meditation, But if we practice it in the Buddhist context, so it's first to calm our mind, and then to see the nature of this mind. And this is this meditation, insight meditation, which will be give the possibility to realize what we call enlightenment. And the second thing after refuge that we recited is the development of bodhicitta. So bodhicitta, it's the sentence that you say, I don't know in English how you say, but it's by my practice of generosity, I think, and other virtues. Thank you. Through the merit of my generosity and other virtues, may I attain Buddhahood in order to benefit all beings. That's a very strong motivation. Huh? We take a commitment, an engagement to practice the generosity and other virtues. May I attain Buddhahood in order to benefit all beings. That's what we call bodhicitta. And bodhicitta, this is the main, the main motivation of the great vehicle, of the Mahayana. And Tibetan Buddhism, Vajrayana, is a part of the Mahayana. So when we practice this meditation, we have to develop also this motivation. It's not just to be free of suffering for myself, but also to think of all beings are suffering today, and I have to show that liberation, freedom is possible. And we say, through the merit of my generosity and other virtues. What does it mean, virtues? It's not a correct term. And in French we translate also by vertu, but it's not the meaning of paramita. Paramita is a Sanskrit word meaning virtue. What's that? It's tea time? Paramita is one Sanskrit word saying to go over, to cross over. You know, when you cross a river, you go on the other side.
To the other shore.
Sorry?
To the other shore.
To the other
Shore.
shore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you have it
La rive.
on the other side.
Yeah. It means that. So, how many paramitas to follow?
6.
You know, it's very much important. You recite something, you have to know the meaning of what you're reciting. Really. Because when you say, through the merit of my generosity and other virtues, which are other virtues? What are they? You have to be sure of that. So first it's generosity, but there are 6 paramitas, and sometimes there are 10. But here it was speaking about 6 paramitas. First, generosity. Second one, ethic. Ethic, we say?
Ethics.
Morality, ethic.
Morality, ethics.
Yeah, it's better ethic. Morality, it's connected with the culture, with the, So, ethic. Third, passions. And we need a lot of patience in our practice. Patience. Patience. Sorry, patience. It's more clear. Good. Yeah, good. Huh?
Sound like passion.
Passion, what does it mean? Oh, passion? No. Oh, it would be nice, no? Patience. Oui, parce que in French it's a patience et passion. So it's quite different. Passion. Yeah. So patience. We need a lot, I think. And fourth one, perseverance, you say? Perseverance? Diligence. Yeah. In French, diligence, we don't use too much, because with only one L in diligence, it's I think it's with the horses, the cars before the diligence. It was the bus before with the horses.
The cart before the horse?
With horses, yeah. And you go from London to Rochester by diligence before the cars, before the trains and things. By horse with a car behind. So this is diligence, also in French. This is absolutely the same word, but there is a difference of L. Diligence with only one L, this is a horse. And diligence with 2 L, this is diligence. So we don't use too much this word, and we say perseverance. Yeah, but it's in English. Okay, diligence. That's the fourth one.
Sometimes they say joyful effort.
Yeah, because we'll come again on this on the explanations. But in Tibetan language, it's tsundru, and tsundru means enthusiastic effort. So diligence, it's something else than to be obliged to do something, you know. We must have joy to do something. The fifth one is what we call concentration. I never use this word. Never, because concentration, it can mean something to be concentrate on something. And it's not the Tibetan word for that. And non-distraction is better. Really, non-distraction is better. Because in Tibetan it's samten. Samten means stable mind. It doesn't mean concentrated in one thing, you know. Your mind can be stable with many thoughts. There is no problems. So, no distraction is better. And the sixth one? Wisdom. So this is a problem also of translations, because in English and like in French, there is one word for wisdom. There are two words in Tibetan language: Sherab, Yeshe. Sherab, this is the wisdom that we use to become real wisdom, to have the experience of wisdom. And when this experience is stable, this is Yeshe. And in Sherab and Yeshe, you have the same syllable, She. It means knowledge. You know? So when we say the sixth parameter is wisdom, we call it in French transcendent knowledge. Transcendent. Because wisdom, we keep this word for Yeshe. You know, but well, that's the problem of the translations, you know. So the six parameters, the generosity. How to practice generosity? There is three kinds of generosity.
Oh, is this?
Yeah?
I'm just thinking the time.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're gonna have lunch.
okay. Lunch at 1.
Yeah.
Yes, so
we might
it's time for what?
Maybe a tea break, and then
Okay.
you can go into parameters after.
Oh, great.
What do you think? Yeah.
Up to you.
So just 15 minutes. tea
Yeah,
break,
okay.
Then you have an hour of parameters.
I see. Yeah,
Is that good?
okay. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, it's
I'll
good,
be the
it's
time
good.
lord today.
I don't see so much of the time, you know, and yeah. But I met you, no? Before. So 3 kinds of generosity: material generosity, protection generosity, and the Dharma generosity, we can say. And this third point is important, because we are all in the transmission of the Dharma. All people who took refuge, you became responsible of the transmission of the Dharma. It's not something, you know, like this. It's a very important thing, the transmission. The transmission is not only for the Rinpoches, Lamas and things like that. No. Every practitioner must feel responsibility of the transmission of the Dharma. And the Dharma in the West is very new. It was very much fashionable in one moment, in one period, to become Buddhist. It's less now, you know. People were very much enthusiastic to practice Dharma, so now it's less fashionable. And maybe the true Dharma is coming now. Maybe. But for myself, we have to be careful of the transmission and to keep this transmission very pure. And in its integrity, all the Dharma must be transmitted, not only one part only, because it's better for our comfort. But the aim of the Dharma is not to be more comfortable, it's to become free of dukkha. And you know, in the meditation we were talking about calm abiding. It's absolutely necessary to have to become more calm, you know. It's beneficial for us and for others because the negative emotions are less powerful. But we cannot realize freedom, we cannot realize enlightenment with calm abiding only. It's absolutely necessary, but it's not enough. We have to meditate also insight meditation. And that's insight meditation who give the key of freedom. But it's not possible to meditate insight meditation without calm abiding. So we have to begin by calm abiding, then insight meditation. And also we have to transmit the, how to say, the motivation of the Dharma. The motivation is liberation for all beings, not myself only. Even in the Theravada, you know, we say that in the Theravada practice, there is no love and compassion. It's completely fake. It's not true. There is love and compassion, but the motivation is not so wide than in the Mahayana. In the Mahayana, we cannot conceive. We say that like this. Concevoir. Conceive.
Yeah.
Good, huh? French and English sometimes is very near. So we cannot conceive our own liberation without the liberation of all beings. And that's the how to say, the dimension of the Bodhisattva. So this Bodhisattva aspect is very, very much important in Mahayana. And you know, Bodhisattva, to be a Bodhisattva, it doesn't mean to take care of others only. That's the relative bodhicitta, but it's not enough. There is ultimate bodhicitta. So we have to work in the nature of our mind, and this is the purpose of insight meditation. As I explained during the break, in calm abiding meditation, we train to let it go, everything. Thoughts, sensations, everything, all phenomena, we train to let them go. But we don't know why we let it go. In insight meditation, we know and we train to be aware that there is nobody to grasp something, and there is nothing to grasp. The nature of all phenomena is empty, and the nature of the mind is empty also. And we have to train about this in insight meditation. And this meditation who is the key for liberation, you know. So generosity of the Dharma, it means that. And everyone who is practicing the Dharma is also a holder of the transmission. It's not only with our lineage. It's not Karmapa only who is the holder of this lineage. Yes, he has this function to represent and to be the holder. Yeah, but every practitioner of the Kagyu lineage is a holder of Kagyu lineage. We have to be aware of that. It means that we cannot do something not ethics, you know. And we have to respect the lineage, we have to respect the members of the Sangha, because they are all sisters and brothers, but we have to respect all kinds of life also. In another word, to be an example, how do we say it, to s'efforcer? Nobody can know French a little bit, no? Oh. Not to force, s'efforcer, to not to try, but to train again and again, you know.
Persevere.
Yeah, to make the effort. S'efforcer means to make the effort to be an example. How do you say that in English?
The commitment?
No, commitment. It's
Exemplify.
Comment?
Exemplify, to be an example.
Exemplify.
That's a to be an example. Yeah, but s'efforcer means to make effort.
To be determined?
Yes, maybe more. Yeah. Anyway, you understand the meaning? It's okay. So generosity, and after ethic. So what is it, ethic? There is no. Oh, I don't know how to say that in English. What is ethic? Why do we have some precepts? Not only the monks, the lay people, they have precepts also. Why to have some precepts? To avoid to do something? Why do we avoid to do what we call negative things? Are they negative by nature, these things? No. So why do we call to kill someone is a negative thing? Why? Sorry?
You're causing harm to someone else?
Yeah, it's causing suffering. So, no? Yeah. What we call negative things in the Buddhist ethic is to make suffering to someone. So to follow an ethic means, as much as we can, will not make suffering to others by the body, speech, and mind. That's the Buddhist ethic. We don't follow one precept because the Buddha said this precept. We follow this precept because I don't want suffering anymore for myself and for others. So the first thing that I have to do is to see how my acts, my actions, my speech, and my thoughts are making suffering to others, and to decide not to follow that, not to accomplish that. That's the real Buddhist ethic. Yes?
How do your thoughts
Thoughts?
affect others? How can my thoughts affect someone's suffering unless I put it into action?
Because if you follow your thoughts,
Okay.
it's give us a kind of color to your mind. Under the power of that, you are acting. And it's why in the 10 negative actions, there are 3 of the mind. And for example, just, there is, how do we say that? I don't know the 10 negative actions in English, the words, just jokes, they're just, Huh?
Gossip?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's quite difficult to see gossips as a negative thing, It's not negative for me, for example, but if I say something, it makes a reaction in the mind of others. And I don't know what happens in the mind of the person in front of me, Under the power of that, this person can have an action, negative action. Some jokes, they can make jealousy, for example, or things like that. So it's all these 10 negative things are always connecting with the suffering. The result is suffering for others. So 3 of the body, to kill, and to steal, and sexual misconduct. That's the 3 for the body. And we have to make the effort, to s'efforcer, to follow this, to be aware when by the body I make an action making suffering to others. And the Bodhisattva doesn't want to make suffering to others. And also with the intention to make suffering. Because sometimes you are obliged to do something which is making suffering to your children, for example. They don't want to go to school, for example. So one day, one moment, you say, no, okay, now. And he can cry, he can say, oh, you're not good with me, or something like this. But you don't have the motivation to make suffering to him. So the motivation is very important also. Sometimes when you go to a doctor, he gives a treatment for your sickness. It's not so much, it can be aggressive and not so much comfortable. But he did not have the motivation to make you more suffering. No, it's to make less. So the motivation is important. And there are 4 negative acts in the speech. So there are 4 instead of 3. Maybe you are making more suffering by speech than by the body. Maybe we have to think of that. The first one?
Lying?
Yeah, lying, to lie. It's not pleasant for anybody, for nobody to lie. And the second one?
Gossip?
Huh?
Is it the gossip?
Gossip is the 4th one. Usually is the 4th one.
Is it making disharmony in Sangha?
No, it's something else. That. No, it's mentir. Oui, mentir. How to say? Les propos malveillants. So the how to translate that? The speech is not to speak about somebody in negative terms.
Insult?
Comment?
To insult somebody?
Not really. Insult is a part of this, yes. But to all the negative things you can say about someone.
Yeah.
Slander.
Slander?
Slanderous lies.
I don't know.
Speaking bad of somebody.
Yes, speaking bad of somebody. And the third one is...
pointing out their faults or something.
Hmm?
Like pointing out their negativities or spreading them around.
No, it's in its speech, this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the third one is calumny. You say calumny? No. It's not a success every time, to put a French name to calumny. It's really to speak bad of the. No, it's the second one is this calumny, to say bad things about someone. Yeah, and the third one is to say negative things only. That's different.
Negative speech.
Yeah, negative speech. And the 4th one is gossips. Yeah. And you have 3 for the mind. Jealousy. And second is to think negative things about someone. And the third one, to be, it's quite difficult, to be in extreme side, extreme eternity or nihilism. Yeah. For example, to say that everything is existing by itself, this is eternity extremity. Extreme? Yeah. And to say that emptiness, it means there is nothing, it's nihilism. So we have to avoid these two extremes.
That kind of, I know that's a kind of philosophical point,
Yeah.
but that tendency manifests in the mind in many ways, doesn't it? Because we can, for example, really like someone, they're all good, and then they're all bad. So these kind of extremes of the mind.
Yes, and it means also that everything is coming in our mind is affected by our conditionings. Yeah. But many people, when they speak about emptiness, they think that they can do what they want because nothing has real existence. Yes, this doesn't have any existence by itself, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because if I threw it on the head of someone, you will do the experience of his relative existence. Even if ultimately it doesn't exist, relatively, you'll make the experience of this. So you cannot say that it's not existing, And to say that this ball is existing by itself is not true. And this is extreme, the eternalism. And that's it's not true, because what do you see in this ball?
The work that went into it and the materials. And
Yeah, for example.
yeah.
Many kinds of metals. But something else. What is the constitution of this ball?
Purpose.
Sorry?
The purpose that it was made.
The what?
That's the purpose, the function.
Yeah, the function, yeah. And?
It's also tied up with human beings
Yes,
and life
and
and not life.
more of that. You have to see the sun, you have to see the water, you have to see the earth, and you have to see all the humanity. Because the man who made all together these materials, and to make a ball like this is not appearing like this,
And I guess that's thoughts, though.
A what?
Thoughts.
Yes, also, yeah. And the name, the concept.
Yeah.
Why not to call it a chair? Yeah, And, but you have to see the planet on this. And if you take one element of this out, this ball cannot be like it is now. So the existence of this ball is depending on all the elements constituting this ball. So we cannot say that is existing by itself, but we cannot say in the same time that it doesn't exist. But its existence is due to interdependence. Everything is existing in this way. If we don't see interdependence, we are in the eternalism. And interdependence, that's the same meaning that emptiness. When we speak about emptiness, we speak about interdependence. That's really two words saying the same thing. Because emptiness means empty of own existence. It is existing depending of many cows and conditions. And we have to train our mind to see this nature of everything in this way. And it's not obvious because we're not used to see it. This is the purpose of the insight meditation. Insight meditation means to train our mind to see the nature of all phenomena, all situations, but also to see the the emptiness of ourselves. I. Where is this I? You know?
Are you saying to see the interdependence of ourselves?
Yeah. And everything which is interdependent is impermanent. So interdependence, impermanence, this is the two doors to understand emptiness. And we have to use these two doors to observe the things. Everything is interdependent, everything is impermanent. It means that everything is emptiness, empty of own existence. So we can understand that intellectually, but it's very, very much taking time and complicate to realize this understanding, you know. So it was for ethic, passions. What does it mean, passions? Patience. Patience. What does it mean? Not to be angry, not to be angry, not to become angry. The main point of patience is not to become angry. It doesn't mean that we have to accept everything. We don't have to accept everything. But why to become angry? We don't need to become angry. Huh? And we are angry almost every day now. Patience is very difficult paramita, no? In our world today, I think in London, you know, you're very lucky. I think, yesterday taking the train to come here, we can see many staff people, you know, at the ticket, for the train. There is a long time in France, you can't find nobody. Only machines. Really. I was surprised arriving in London to see that. And when something is not working, in Paris, for example, go to find someone. You need a lot of patience. Yeah, and all the relations between us is made by patience, made of patience. So patience is very, very much important. When you live with somebody, you know, you need a lot of patience.
And with yourself.
Sorry?
And with yourself.
About?
And with yourself.
And with yourself also, of course. Of course, yes. And when you meditate, you need a lot of patience. The problem in the West is that we have everything at once. You know, with the mails, for example, I received some phone calls because I did not answer to the mail in the 1 hour after receiving. How did we did 20 years ago, 15 years ago? You know, we had to wait 24 hours, more, even more. No. So patience is very useful in this situation, you know. Anyway, and also diligence. What does it mean, diligence? Regularity. Oh, it's we can say that.
Good question.
Yes.
So is patience only about not getting angry?
No, but anger is coming due to no patience.
Is anger not sometimes a reaction to something?
Sorry?
Is anger not also a reaction to an action
Yeah.
So it's not just about you being patient. You see something that's really mean, really horrible, really aggressive.
Yes.
Your reaction isn't necessarily going to be patience because you don't have that time to be patient.
No.
You need to act to that.
Yes, of course.
But sometimes the impatience of that shows itself in more anger, possibly. If I saw someone kicking a dog, I would gently and quietly go over to them, do you mind not doing that? I'd quite rapidly go over and pull them away.
But
I would probably be quite angry about it. But that's because there's no time to react and think about my action. Does that make sense?
yeah.
So in those times, how do you bring in the patience to that? Because there isn't enough time to be calm, to think calmly, because your action needs to be immediate.
Yes. But that's the difference. Still we are in the path. Sometimes patients how to say, we are acting by reacting and not really acting. And sometimes we have to react, in the present moment because of the situation is asking this. So we do, there is no problem. But we have to be patient about, for example, the negative emotions. Anger, when anger is coming in our mind, we can be patient with this anger. It means not to follow this anger. But if you have to act in this situation, you do. And very quickly, very firmly, maybe. Yes, if the situation needs to be firm, you have to do. Yeah. But not under the power of anger, for example. Not under the power of jealousy or aggressivity or things like this.
Then doesn't your mind, if you're not well established and trained and thoughtful, doesn't your mind need to be trained to slow that process down? So my biggest issues I have are my moment of the information going in and not stopping to process it, then I process immediately and just react. So in a situation like that, and that's not unheard of, that's a real situation. To see animal cruelty is a real thing. How do I stop myself? I can't. The movement of me moving forward rapidly is a movement of aggression. That isn't a gentle movement. If I was to move forward rapidly to stop someone hurting an animal, for example, because I'm passionate about that, that wouldn't be a calm, gentle movement. So immediately my motion is aggressive. Does that make sense? How do I stop that happening? How do you become calm yet rapid?
In this situation, if you're not trained enough to be calm, you'll not be calm.
It's not going to happen, is it?
No.
Even if you have years of experience, if your passion is so overwhelmingly strong.
Yeah. Your practice must be very stable to be calm even in this kind of situations. And there is no miracle. If you are not trained enough in this situation, everything will like this and you'll go. It's too strong, too much. If you're very much trained, even in this kind of situations, you can keep calm abiding and everything. It doesn't mean that you will act slowly. Calm abiding doesn't mean to be, a snail, like this. Not at all. But you will act maybe quickly because you need to be quick in this situation, but your mind is not affected by the situation itself. It's very different. We can suppose that Rinpoche is always like this. Somebody with realized enlightenment, is always in this situation. But when Rinpoche has to react in a very suddenly way, he's very suddenly. He's very, he's running, he's doing something very like us. But his mind in this situation is not like our mind. It's different. And I saw that when His Holiness Dalai Lama came to Strasbourg in France, I was the driver of Rinpoche for 5 days. And it was very funny to see how Rinpoche was reacting in the different situations. For example, how I thought to react and how Rinpoche was reacted. I saw the difference between the two, really. And in one situation, he had to take the flight in 2 days, and he made new glasses, and it was not ready. The man made a mistake about the correction of the eyes. And Rinpoche's reaction was so soft, no trouble about that, But he explained that his flight was in 48 hours, and he needed these glasses. And the man was so much surprised of the reaction of Rinpoche that he was working even during evening time to make his glasses ready. Mm-hmm. But it was very beautiful, to see, to feel that in the mind of Rinpoche, nothing, absolutely nothing was angry. Nothing. Great. Yeah. So, the good teaching. Sometimes, the teachings of the daily life are more important than teachings from a text or, things like this. Because to see the example is very much inspiring. And the mind of Rinpoche, like the mind of the Buddha, are not different of our mind. The only difference is that they trained more than us, and we have to train more to become like this. But we can succeed, we can do it. It's not something reserved to special beings, prophets or special beings. The Buddha was a man, that's all. Like us, a human being. Completely ordinary. And that's great also to know that he was not a god or a prophet, So it means that what he did, but if really if it is inspiring for us, we can do it. It will take time, but it took time also. When you read, the previous lives of the Buddha, there is a lot of training, of lives for training. Yeah? So, voila. We'll become enlightened. Everybody will become enlightened. Everybody. When? In the present moment. Not in the past, it's finished. We will not, but not in the future. Because even if we become enlightened, in a few years or few lives, the moment, it will be the present moment. So there is only the present moment who is existing. And what is the present moment? So it was for that. What? This? It was for diligence. Yeah. So diligence means also, for me, the Tibetan tradition is asking to repeat 100,000 times one mantra. 1 million times mantra sometimes. To repeat also 100,000 big prostrations. But what does it mean? Does it mean that after 1 million of Chinese mantra, the compassion will become like this, will appear in my mind because I said Om Mani Padme Hum 1 million of times? I think this is very near of superstition. The mantra is a support for the mind, protection of the mind. The meaning of mantra means protection of the mind. This is a support. But if you don't grasp, what happens in your mind in 1 second, your mind is perfectly calm and there is no suffering anymore during 1 second. And if you repeat this 1 million times, so this experience of 1 second becomes stable. Okay, in this way, it's okay. It means diligence. It means repeating the experience. But it doesn't mean that you have to recite 1 million of mantras with the mind completely distracted by something, and after 1 million of mantra, okay, I recited, so this is the bill, huh? I want now the, 20 or 25% of enlightenment. It's not working like this. It's what we call spiritual materialism. Yeah. And Trungpa Rinpoche was talking about that in a very famous book. But it's still...
Sarah did a talk on that recently. Sarah,
oh, yeah?
Yeah, here.
Oh, yeah?
In Rochester.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So this is diligence. We have to repeat, and to repeat. And in diligence, we have also to accept when we don't succeed, when we make mistakes, when we fall down. The problem is not to fall down. The problem is not to stand up again and to continue the training. And guilty, it's why guilty is a very big obstacle in our practice. And the Westerners are very good to be guilty, first. You not agree? Guilt, wow, it's a big problem for many of people. And the Tibetan, they see in guilt a manifestation of pride. Because they say, but you don't refuse. You refuse to be a beginner. But we'll fall down, we'll make mistakes a lot and again. The problem is not to make mistakes. The problem is not to accept the mistakes, and from there to start again and to go.
To learn. To learn.
To learn, yeah. So this is a different kind of aspect for diligence. Diligence doesn't mean to go in a cave in the Himalayan mountains, and to meditate 20 hours a day. No, you can sleep. Nobody will see. Nobody will check. You can sleep all the day. After 10 years, you come back, you slept very well, and you say, oh, I am a very good practitioner, I was 10 years as a hermit in the mountains. Well, it's better to meditate in our own conditions. If you can go, if you had the conditions to make retreats, long time retreat, it's okay. It's very good. If you don't have the conditions to practice in this way, try to find another way to practice in your daily life. And at this moment, the daily life must not become an excuse not to practice. We have to know, we have to learn how to practice in our daily life. Most of the people are staying in their daily life, so we have to know how to practice in our daily occupations. So, after diligence, lunch? Almost, not yet. So, after diligence, there is no distraction. No distraction. So, no distraction, this is the purpose of Shine meditation, samatha meditation. This is the training for not to be distracted. And more we meditate Shine, more and more we can be aware that we're so much distracted. Not by the big things, but more and more by subtle things, and never stop. If you think of that, please don't stop to meditate. This is the first sign that calm abiding is coming. That's the first experience of the calm abiding. Who are less distracted by the big thoughts, and who are more aware of the more subtle thoughts. So it seems that we are more distracted, but in fact, we are less. And many people stop to meditate at this moment. They say, "Oh, since I meditate, I have many thoughts. I'm more distracted." No. Please, this is the first sign. So what to say about no distraction? Sometimes it's working very well during the meditation, and sometimes it's not working. We don't have to know why today, for example, it's not working. We just have to know if we meditate in a regular way. That's all. And there is no good meditation and bad meditation. There is meditation or not. If I'm sleeping during meditation, if I'm distracted during meditation, there is no meditation. That's all. It's not a bad one. There is no meditation. If there is a lot of thoughts, it doesn't mean this is a bad meditation. I just let them go. If there is no thoughts, it's okay, but it's not better. It doesn't mean this is a good meditation. And it's very dangerous when in the meditation there is no thoughts. Because we can grasp that very much and very strongly, and we can expect that every session of meditation, no thoughts, there is no thoughts. There is no problem if you have thoughts during meditation. Thoughts are coming from cause and conditions. So, if they are coming in our mind, there is no problem. If there are sensations, no problem. Perceptions, no problem. I'm just aware of that, and I let it go. Let it go, let it go. So sometimes I have to let it go many, many things. Sometimes there is nothing to let go. Okay. But in the two ways, in the two meditations, is exactly the same thing. Our mind is calm. That's all. And the sixth one, the knowledge, we can say. The knowledge is what we talked about earlier, about the non-self of the phenomena and the non-self of the individual, is it you say? Yeah? Yeah? I don't know in English how you in the text, how you... No self of phenomena, yeah, and no self of the person or individual?
Yeah, self.
Huh?
Self again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we spoke a little bit about that. But mainly to make the first parameters really like a parameters and not like positive virtues. You know, we have to practice them in accordance with the sixth one, with the wisdom, you can say. How to do that? It's to be free, to become free of the three kinds of grasping. When you practice generosity, you have to train to be free of the three kinds of grasping. Grasping about myself, I'm practicing generosity. So there is a big grasping about me. I gave so much donation for the center, you know. Me. Second grasping is the object to who you are practicing generosity. And that's very interesting to see when you give 1 coin to someone in the tube, for example. Why do you give this coin to this person? It's very interesting to know. Maybe this is a woman with a baby in the arms. So we are more sentimentally, touched by this woman. So this donation is not free of this kind of grasping. Because maybe you don't give if this is a man, very dirty, very, I don't know, and not so much. And we it's not possible to give to everybody. It's not what I mean. But sometimes it's very nice to see, very important to observe and to see, why did I give to this person and not to the other one? Because we have to train to be free of this kind of grasping also. And also the third kind of grasping is to be free of the object itself that I give. I can give something, but I'm very proud, it's a very important thing, it was costing a lot, or things like that. And the Rinpoches are very, very good masters to train us on this, to be free of these 3 kinds of grasping, Kalu Rinpoche, former Kalu Rinpoche, one day, he was teaching, and one lady came to his throne with something she wanted to offer to him in front of everybody, and I don't know what it was, but Rinpoche said, "Oh yes, thank you very much," and he put in his table, he gave the teaching, and at the end of the teaching, he called another woman, like this, and in presence of everybody, and this gift he gave to this woman that he called, and we could see that the first lady was not free of the 3 kind of grasping, So Rinpoche did that. It was not to harm the first lady, but he thought that she could support, she could receive this real direct teaching.
Did he explain after?
Sorry?
Did he explain after why?
For her, I don't know what he did with her, but in the moment he did not say anything. And sometimes, you offer something that you think very important to Rinpoche. Oh, thank you very much. Ah. Or you go to speak about your practice to Rinpoche. Sometimes it's very funny. You don't need translators, English people, But other languages, they need a translator sometimes. And it's very interesting to see the reaction of Rinpoche, because sometimes you speak in a very humble terms about your practice, and Rinpoche just, listening like this. And when you have finished, I'm a good practitioner, And Rinpoche said, yeah, okay, something else?
I remember once he was in Kent and he was leaving. He gave me a book, and I was like, "Oh, thank you so much." He goes, "Oh, it's only because I can't keep it in my bag." And it was actually a gift someone had given him because it said "Turigu Togo." So I wasn't free of the 3 kinds of grasping.
So it's very interesting to see our mind is, grasping everything, even with a good motivation. Until we are free from samsara, there is grasping in our mind. There is so we don't have to be affected by that, we have to know it's completely normal. Samsara means grasping, means suffering. So we are in samsaric state of mind, as said Rinpoche. So we are in the grasping system. We are grasping everything. It's not a problem. We just have to be aware to work on this grasping. To be aware, to become free of that. That's the aim of our practice. And you see, when you see that all the people are suffering due to this grasping, what you feel in your mind is not a sentimental compassion. It's a real and very deep compassion. Because you are aware of the origin, of the cause of the suffering. And your compassion is coming from this understanding of the cause, not only because the people are suffering, but you understand why they are suffering. So this is a very deep compassion. And this compassion, it's making you more diligent in the practice. Because you want to unroot this cause of suffering, For yourself, of course, but for others also. Because everybody is suffering and nobody wants to suffer. So these 6 parameters we have to train in our daily life. We need others to practice patience. Without others, patience is just with ourselves. Sometimes we don't, ourselves is not enough. And we need our daily life to practice generosity, patience, ethic, and all these parameters. So sometimes we have to check about our practice, What did I practice today about the 6 parameters? I have to be aware of that also. If my result at the end of the day is to say, like this, I have to come again in my practice. And tomorrow, okay, I will work on this 6 parameters. And maybe I need to work in one special of it, parameter. Maybe patience is more useful to work for me in this point. So it means that our daily practice must be sustained, we say, by a strong mind determination. For example, on morning time, when we take refuge, we develop the bodhicitta, and we develop also the impulsion for strength, we can say, determination strength, every morning. You can find this in the Lily Jung practice.
For the resolve?
Yeah, to repeat again. Oh, since now, until enlightenment, but until the end of this day, I will practice the 2 bodhicittas, relative and ultimate bodhicittas. So this is a bodhicitta in aspiration. But I have to transform that in action, bodhicitta in action. So what do I engage myself to practice during this day, in which parameter, due to the situation that I will meet. If I go to work, I have to go to work. But in my way, how to be working, which kind of parameter I have to be aware and to take care. In this way, our daily life, daily activities become a real support for our practice. We cannot decide, to meditate 20 minutes every day, and all the rest of the day, I don't care of my mind, I do what I want, It's not possible. Meditation on the cushion, this is like to work in a laboratory. Difficult sometimes, huh? French is better, huh? Laboratory, you say?
Laboratory.
Yeah. Huh? Laboratory.
Or
Laboratory. Okay.
a lab.
I'm joking. Oh, lab. Oh, that's better, yeah. For me, that's better. A lab, yeah. But the exercise, the training, you know, lab is our daily life. So we can stop here for this morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
To do the dedicate the morning.
Yes. Yeah. Sanam li tamche zipani cham pomeni pejanam pamjeni kiega nachi balab tupai sipe sole jowa jalwa ishum.
By this
Merit may all attain omniscience, may it defeat the enemies of thought and delusion. May all beings be freed from the stormy waves of birth, old age, sickness and death, the ocean of samsara. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we begin by reciting the refuge and bodhicitta. Lagi jinso gipe sanamgi jola penchir sangye rupa vishu sangye cheran sogi chonama janchu badu dani kepsuchi lagi jinso gipe sanamgi jola penchir sangye rupa vishu Sangye cheran sogi chonamla janchu badu dani kyapsuchi lagi jinso gipe sanamgi jola penche sangye rupa ishu. Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, I take refuge in generosity. Through the merit of my generosity and other virtues, may I attain Buddhahood in order to benefit all beings.
May all beings have happiness and its causes. May all beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they never be
separated from the residual joy, untouched by suffering. May they abide in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. You know another melody for this refuge prayer? Because it's a little bit monastic. So if you want to, you can say, you can. Sangye chedang sogi chonamla jang chum bardu dani kyam sunchi dagi jinso gipe senamgi dola penchir sangye dupaishum. So this melody has been made by 17 Karmapa. You want to sing it in this way? So you sing with me, huh? I'm not here to sing alone. Sangye chedang sogi chonamla janchum baru rani kyam suchi dagi jin sogi pe senamgi jola benchir sangye rumpa sho sangye chedang sogi chonamla jain chum vadu rani kyam sunchim nagi jin sogi pe senamgi rola benchir sangye rumpai shom sangye chedang sogi chonamla jain chum varu rani kyam sunchi nagi jin sogi pe senamgi jola benchir sangye rumpa sho. Did you like? It's nice? Yeah. Okay. So we can sing other mantras if you want. After we'll see what I will say, but we can sing first. Okay? So there is the mantra of Chenrezig mantra. It's very simple, huh? Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah. So there is in Kaguling, in Burgundy, where I was for the retreat, we were singing this mantra like this. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay? Together? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Om 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 Mani Padme Ça va? Yeah? Okay. Good.
We've got this here. It's not prepared for today. It's got 3 mantras on it, just so people can. It's got the money mantra.
Om Mani Padme Hum, oh. Oh, Muni Muni, the Shakyamuni mantra, I don't know how to sing it.
I don't know if you know the tune, but.
I don't know the tune, yeah. But Oma Hung, Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hung, yeah.
Do that.
Huh? It's Om Hung Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hung. 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 Last time. Om Hung Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hung. Om Hung Benza Guru Pema Siddhi Hung. So there is this Milarepa mantra. There is also the Karmapa, yeah. Karmapa Kyeno. Karmapa Kyeno. Karmapa Kyeno. Karmapa Keno Karma Pai 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 Keno. Voila. So, which one? And the long, 100 syllables Vajrasattva mantra, you can sing it also. You know by heart this mantra? Who knows? It means you did the Nandro. Yeah. Wait, so you sing with me, yeah?
Yeah.
Nobody else knows it? Om Benza Sato Samaya Manupalaya Benza Sato Tenopa Tishtarido Mebawa Sutokayo Mebawa Upokayo Mebawa Anurakto Mebawa Sarva Siri Menchaya Sarva Karma Tutsame Chitam Shiryakuruhum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tata Gata Benzamame Mutsa Benze Bhavam Maha Samaya Satoa. But we have to know by heart. It's too long to follow.
You can do the short one.
Yeah.
On the short one, I don't know how we sing.
I don't know.
Om Benza, Om Benza Sato. But there is also Milarepa mantra. This is not a Milarepa mantra. This is a Milarepa's supplication. Prayer, It's Jemilai Shepa Rajala Salwadem So 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 Jemila Sheparajala Salvarem So Jemila Sheparajala Salvarem So Jemila Sheparajala Salvarem So Jemila Sheparajala Salvarem So. And the mascot of the summer camp, this is a Guru Yoga mantra. You can make the surprise to Rinpoche in May when he'll come to sing this mantra to him without saying nothing before. You know?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. It's this is a mantra that we find in the Guru Yoga practice written by the former Kalu Rinpoche. And we received the transmission of this practice when the day of Kalu Rinpoche passed away. I was in 3-year retreat. It was the 10th of May, 1889. And when one Lama came and announcing that Kalu Rinpoche passed away, we felt so sad because we could not go to Sonada for the rituals, you know. And he said, "Don't be sad. Don't be sad." But here is now the practice of the Guru Yoga that he wrote, and there is this mantra. So if you want to write it, the mantra is Om Aguru Benzadara Hayu Punye Jana Siddhi. So Om.
Could they find it online so we can look at it on the phone, or would it not be online? This mantra,
Where online or what?
Would it be on? Could we search for it and then people?
Maybe I don't know. I think you can find, but it's not a practice that we usually do, you know, because it's really the disciples of Kalu Rinpoche who received this practice.
Okay.
And it's not so much, you know, you can use it, you can, of course, practice this practice, but
doesn't have a pen
or by phone, or I don't know.
No, I think
No, I repeat again. I will repeat again. Om. First is Om.
Om.
Once you hear, it's okay. O-M.
Well, you can write it on the phone, yeah.
Om.
You can do all sorts of things on your phone.
A-H. This is the Om, A. So Om, A, Guru. Om, A, Guru. Benza, Om Aguru Benza Dara, Benza Dara.
Benza,
Benza,
B-N-Z-A.
Dara, Dara, D-H-A-R-A, D-H-A-R-A, usually. Ayu, A-Y-U, Ayu.
What, sorry?
How are you doing?
Oh, stop it! I'm so confused.
A-Y-U.
Yeah.
A-Y-U. Yeah.
Ayu. So,
Ayu.
Kelly. Punye. P-U-N-Y-E. Punye. Ayu Punye. Jana. D-J-A-N-A.
J.
J, yes.
DJ.
Not the G.
DJ.
No, J. In English, it's contrary of French. So I was thinking to say J.
J.
In French, it's J, yes. But it's J for you. No? D-J-A-N-A, jhana, CD. CD. Usually we write it, you wrote? Usually we write S-I-D-D-H-I. D-H-I. CD. Hum. Not CD. Not yet, not yet. You have to sing first for a CD.
You've got to memorize this. Teachers.
I will explain that in Lusse. It's better than cows and conditions.
Lama, could you explain the meaning?
Yeah. And whom? Whom? Okay. Om Benza Guru. Om A Benza Dara. Om A Guru Benza Dara. Ayu Punye Jana Siddhi Hum. Okay. So usually there is no real meaning in the mantras. So don't try to find a meaning for each mantra. Mantras, it's the combination of archetypal sounds who make the vibrations in our subtle
Subtle body.
and the subtle channels. Yeah. So Om, that's a body. A, this is speech, and the Hum, final Hum, is mind. Om A Hum, body, speech, and mind. Om A Guru, master. Benzadara, it's Dorje Chang or Vajradhara. So Vajradhara, this is the primordial Buddha, we call it, And, in Sanskrit, this mantra is Vajradhara. But the Tibetan, they cannot pronounce V, and they cannot pronounce F, because these two sounds don't exist in Tibetan language. So Vajra became Benza. So my guru, I consider my guru as Benzadhara, Vajradhara, Dorje Chang, the primordial Buddha. Oh, my guru Benzadhara, Hayu Punye Jana Siddhi Hum. These 4 words, it's according me the accomplishments, the long life, the I don't remember all things. But I asked my guru,
How?
Ayu Punye Jana. Jana, this is wisdom. Siddhi, this is accomplishments. But Siddhi Hum, Ayu Punye, Ayu maybe long life, or Punye long life, and Ayu I don't know. I don't remember. But it means I'm praying my guru, my master, and I ask him to accord me, to make me possible to realize ultimate and relative bodhicitta, And this mantra, it was without melody, So I decided to make a melody on this mantra. So I found a melody in one text. That's the prayer from the Lama from far away. I don't know exactly we call this practice like this in English. When you feel far away from your Lama, there is one text you can sing, and at the end of this text there is a tune that I felt very much inspiring for the devotion. So I combined this melody with this mantra, and we made the surprise a few years ago in a summer camp to sing that to Rinpoche as an offering for the the summer camp, Well, so now we have to sing it every time in summer camp.
There's a few of us going to summer camp here.
Huh?
There's a few people here that
Yeah.
are going to summer
Yeah, so you know,
practice.
Yeah, so you know it. Yeah. So the tune is Oma Guru Benzadara Ayu Punye Jana Sidi Oma Guru Benzadara Ayu Punye Jana Sidi. Okay? Oma Guru Benzadara Ayu Punye Jana Sidi 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 Oma Guru Benzadara Ayu Punye Jana Sidi. So you can sing it 21 times for Rinpoche. Huh? But he likes very much, because after the first summer camp that we sang this mantra, we went together in a few days of retreat in the north of Berlin, and at the end of this retreat I asked the Sangha to recite the long life prayer for Rinpoche. He said, no, sing your mantra. Yeah, so, well, it can be also, a kind of devotion, to express our devotion and gratitude for, just few words about Rinpoche. Rinpoche looks so ordinary person, you know, eating with everybody, talking with everybody, is walking with everybody. There is no 3-4 monks around him, you know, to protect him, and you know, everybody can come to ask questions, to speak with the Rinpoche. In the summer camp evening time, you know, he likes to go to the river and to sit there and to say and to listen to jokes, but you can speak with him very freely, very okay. So he can look so much ordinary, but really is not. This is a Mahamudra master, really a Mahamudra master. When he speaks about the nature of the mind, he speaks about his realization. He has the realization of the nature of the mind. It's not only theory, you know. It's really what he is living every day, at every moment. Even if he is alone, I suppose, when he is with other people. I don't know how to say that in English, but I never could take him in default. We say like this, like fake, you know, like how to say?
Genuine.
In French, it's je ne l'ai jamais pris en défaut. I never saw Rinpoche. I never.
You fake?
Huh?
Never saw him be fake? Is that?
Yeah, so, you know, he's saying something, but he's doing something else.
Ah, okay.
I never saw that on him. Even living, you know, several days with him, and except sleeping, we were sharing all the same place all the time, you know. And I never had the occasion, you know, to say, "Oh, Rinpoche, hey, there is a grasping here." No. I never could say, I never saw that, you know. So it's not something that he show that, yes, I can be without grasping. He is without grasping. This is a realization in his mind. Because if it was not, sometimes you would say, "Hey, Rinpoche, I take you in the, you know, je vous prends en défaut là," you know. And it never happened. So it means that it's very simple, but he has a lot of generosity, because the generosity of Dharma is doing that. He's practicing generosity of Dharma all the time. He's going teaching not in the center, in a group. In France, there are 6 people only, you know. But when you ask Rinpoche to come, it's not like Lama Tsultrim, but when you ask Rinpoche to come, if he can come, he comes. And that's a real, how to say, role of a bodhisattva. The bodhisattva is going to liberate all beings, even they are very far away. Only 3-4 people here only, if they are asking the Dharma, is going. So it's not ordinary, really. And I'm used to say, be careful of Rinpoche, because when he gives a teaching, he begins sometimes in a very simple way, you know, and when he closes the book, you know, it means that he will give something else, he will transmit something else, but he's talking about the nature of the mind. And most of the time, this is an introduction to the nature of the mind. But it's so simple, you know, there is no protocol for that. So we are not prepared to receive that. So with Rinpoche, we have to be ready all the time, because he can give this transmission several times a day. But even if you're during your lunch with him, he can do that. And that's typical from the Mahamudra teachers, like the Dzogchen teachers. They are practicing in this way also. More traditional teachers, like Bokar Rinpoche was, for example, he said, okay, I will give now introduction to the nature of the mind. Please keep seated in meditation and prepare your mind. So everybody was like this. And Rinpoche said 1 word, 2 words only. That's all. And Rinko Rinpoche is absolutely not like this. When after this, this the summer camp of 2016, he gave every day an introduction to the nature of the mind, every day for 1 week. And after that, some of us went to Sikkim, 3 weeks in a retreat with him. And he said, I will give the key for the Mahamudra. And what he said every day during the retreat, it was exactly what he said during the summer camp. So, he's giving everything. Try to be very much attentive of what Rinpoche says, because it can be like this, very ordinary, but I don't think it's so much ordinary. This is my opinion, I don't know after, And when you have questions to ask him, speak about your practice, more about your practice. The experiences that you can have during your practice. He's a doctor for the mind. So what happens in our mind? We have to speak of that with him. Sometimes I can feel that people, they go for interviews with the Rinpoche and they speak of everything except of their own practice. It's like if you go for a checkup in a doctor, you speak of your problems of family, about everything, and you go away. Oh, I didn't speak about my sickness. It's completely stupid, no? Sometimes it's a bit like this when the masters are here. Why do they come here? Why do they travel so much? It's not because he comes to France for the cheese, or something, or here for something else. No, it's coming because there are some practitioners, and maybe these practitioners need help. It's not for holidays. He's not traveling for holidays. You see, sometimes we have to give the value of the Dharma more than just a friendliness and it's good, Rinpoche, how are you? It's good. Okay, but we can ask something that we cannot ask to another people. No. This is my way to see, our relation with Rinpoche. And also, I would like to see something about, in this text, the Dorje Changtungma prayer. So, those who were in London, it's, you know it? How is it translated in English?
If you've got your phone, then I recommend you open it up and then we can get this online and then we can follow it. So, get your phone, go to Google.
Oh yes, good. It's at the end.
And then in the Google, type DORJE space CHANG space
Do that again.
G for goat. Space T space T, and then it should come up the first thing, Bodhicharya Kent. Is it there?
Yeah.
Click on that, and then click on the first link, Rinpoche.com, Mav's there.
My dog, I had a Shih Tzu dog. Yeah. He died, he was 17 and a half. Very old.
How long ago did you have it?
Oh, it was 6 years ago. He died 6 years ago. Yeah, it was very
Part
nice.
of the family, aren't they?
Oh, yes. After 17 years, yeah. And he was quite okay until the end. Yeah, he was just deaf, completely deaf. But no blind, and clean, no suffering. One night he had a heart attack. Yeah. Yes.
You obviously know you're a dog person.
Yeah. No way.
She needs
Oh,
a haircut.
yes.
She needs a good haircut.
She needs what?
Haircut.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
haircut, yes.
Yeah, she's due.
Huh?
No, I can't see her eyes. They're in there somewhere.
So that's everybody has. So there is near the end one sentence saying, "Please bless me may I realize the inseparability of samsara and nirvana." You find this?
It starts branch or blessing.
Yes. You're demanding, yeah? So?
There's a lot of graph lessons. It's the fifth line from the bottom.
Oh yeah, so this one I think. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, fifth line from the bottom.
Everybody has it? The sentence?
Fifth line from the bottom.
So how is it in English? How do you say in English? Bless?
It says, grant your blessing
Oh,
That meditation is free. Oh no.
that the inseparability of samsara and nirvana
Yeah.
be realized.
yeah. So what is the meaning of this sentence? Yes, please. Patience. Yeah, what is it? What is the meaning of this sentence? Because usually many people think that samsara is the world in which we are living, you know? And nirvana is something maybe existing in another planet or something like this, you know? Absolutely not. It's absolutely not. The samsara and nirvana, this is the same thing. It's one thing. Our mind. This is our mind. When our mind is grasping about all phenomena, thoughts, sensations and situations, everything, there is suffering. Dukkha is appearing. Are you agree? Are you agree with that? It's really. Don't grasp. No attachment. You just enjoy, okay? But no attachment. So, yeah. When there is grasping, there is dukkha. You have to experiment that. For everything, when there is grasping, there is dukkha. So, we have to see, to understand how grasping is coming in our mind. When we enter in contact with something, for example, through the visual consciousness, when we see something, there is immediately sensation coming in our mind. We experiment sensation at once. 3 kinds of sensations: pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral sensations. Only 3 kinds of sensations: pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. You know, tomorrow you exercise to this. When you are in the street, you see something, try to be aware of the sensation coming in your mind at once. Pleasant, unpleasant, or I don't care. When the sensation is coming, there is something in the mind, very subtle, but coming just after. It's what we call volition. Volition or thirst. Thirst? Thirst. Yes. Yeah. And this is a movement of the mind saying, oh, sensation, the pleasant sensation is great. The unpleasant sensation, oh, no. But until here, there is no karma, no production of karma. This is just a movement of the mind, how the mind reacts facing this sensation. And the thirst, this volition, the Buddha said, it's a very, very strong energy. Very, very strong. Very powerful. And then after this volition, there is grasping. Grasping is coming after volition. And grasping is something more solid than volition. Grasping is, I want. This pleasant sensation goes on. I don't want. The unpleasant sensation is going. I want. This sensation is going. You know? But say, I want. I really want. So there is something like the movement until the grasping stops. Something stops. You know? It's why we call grasping, because we stop this movement. And the nature of this movement is to go. So it's a content nature to stop this movement. It's why dukkha is appearing at this moment. After the grasping, there is a negative emotion. In the case of a pleasant sensation, the grasping makes desire, attachment. In the case of unpleasant sensation, the grasping makes aversion. Yeah. In case of, we don't speak about the natural sensation because this is indifference, and we don't feel really indifference. But anger, aversion, desire, attachment is coming. This is a result of the grasping. And we have to make the experience, you understand very well, that this is a result of grasping. And when these emotions become stronger and stronger, we begin under the power of these emotions. And we are acting under the power. Our actions are made under the power of anger or desire or aversion. And we're creating karma and things like this. But we have to be aware of this process. And it's very interesting to observe how the process is coming in our mind. But sometimes the process is like this, I see something and suddenly, and anger is coming or aversion or things like this. But the process is still doing like this, in this way, So when we want to be free of the negative actions, we have to be free of emotions. Emotions like negative emotions. We have to be free of the origin of the negative emotions, of the grasping, and to be free of the thirst, and we have to be free of the sensation. It's not possible to be free of the sensation. It's not possible to be free from the thirst, not at our level, because it's too much subtle in the mind. But we can be aware of the grasping. It's quite, solid. And we can have an action on the grasping. And the action about the grasping, this is samatha, this is shine practice. The calm, abiding practice, this is. It's why we say that the shine practice is the antidote for the negative emotions. Because you cut the process. You interrupt the process. So we have to be aware all the time. It's why in this text it's saying that attention without distraction is the legs of the meditations, the feet of the meditations. That's the foundation. Without attention, we cannot be aware, so we cannot end this process.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, just think about that.
Can you just say that last bit again? When you said that again?
From where?
Just split through the last sentence.
What did I say? We have to develop attention without distraction to be aware of this process. Without attention, we cannot be aware of it.
There's a question.
Yes. And for you?
So you're saying not to grasp for anything, not to be attached to anything. But does that mean then that you have no action towards something? Because we all want things, don't we? I mean, I don't know, whatever we want, you then take action towards it, but isn't that then grasping?
No, the answer is no. The answer is without grasping you can act. And you have to act if you have to act. But there is a difference between an action under the power of to act with grasping and to act without grasping. There is a very big difference.
So is it wanting something too much? Is the grasping wanting something too much, being very emotionally attached, I must have this thing? Does that...
The grasping is coming before the emotion, before attachment.
Mm-hmm.
It's making attachment, it's making aversion. This is the grasping who's making. You have to see this process. Observe yourself, observe your mind. And there is an exercise you can do during meditation. You can take this exercise as a support of meditation. Think of something that you lived in the past, in a painful situation. This is only one thought, because the situation is not existing anymore. But the thought of it is coming in your mind. If it's not coming by itself, you make it, this thought. And you stop it, you grasp it. This thought, and you keep it, and you yeah, something like this. Ruminate 5 minutes about this thought. So you are grasping so much, and you see in 5 minutes how is your mind. Maybe your mind, there is sadness. Maybe you can live again some experiences from the past. And in the same time, you do the same exercise, but when this thought is in your mind, you stay here and you live. You let this thought going. In few seconds, the thought is going. And even if it takes a few minutes to go, until you are not grasping, your mind is not affected by the presence of this thought. So the problem is not the thoughts, it's not the phenomena, it's not the situations. The problem is the grasping of all this. And who is grasping? Our mind. So it's why meditation is so important, because we train not to grasp. And we cannot say, usually we hear that all the causes of our sufferings, this is outside of ourselves. All the time. This is the other, my wife, my husband, my children, my job, to have a job, not to have a job, and this is weather, and Brexit, and what you want. This is always something outside of us. Never you hear someone saying, I'm suffering because in my mind there is something working wrong. And what is working wrong? This is the grasping process. And this is the Shine practice. Shine is not only, to be concentrated something without distraction. This is, but also we have to be aware of what happens in our mind, and to let it go, not to grasp it. So when we grasp, there is dukkha coming at once. In the same time than grasping, there is dukkha. So we have also to be sure of that. And when there is dukkha, it's what we call samsara. Without grasping, even it's a thought, very emotionally very strong. If you don't grasp it, there is no danger. This thought doesn't have the power to affect you, to disturb you, and to make suffering to you. The thought itself doesn't have the nature of giving suffering to you. And if you don't grasp it, there is no problem, there is no suffering. So this is peace. Peace is what we call nirvana. So samsara and nirvana, this is two words expressing How is your mind? With grasping there is dukkha, samsara. Without grasping there is peace, nirvana. So I think it's very important to understand that samsara is describing the function, the working of our mind with grasping. And too many people think that samsara, this is the world in which we are living. You can go in another planet if you want. You go with your mind. And the mind is full of habits and grasping, So, and I like when Rinpoche is speaking about samsara, is using the expression samsaric state of mind. Samsaric state of mind. It means that samsara is really our mind.
You gave a good example yesterday about grasping and attachment with the cake.
Where? When? Where?
Yesterday.
Yeah, with the cake.
Yeah, you were saying like,
Oh yeah.
If you really want a cake and there's a cake there and you enjoy the cake, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if there's a cake, you want a cake and there's not a cake there and you're upset, then that's grasping.
Yeah.
But if you're free from the grasping at cake, if it's there,
it's okay.
You enjoy it, it's good. If it's not there, it doesn't matter.
There is no problem.
So there's no...
It doesn't mean that I don't care.
Yeah.
But it means that it's not, the absence of the cake is not making dukkha for me. And it's what you can feel when you are with Rinpoche, for example. Of course, Rinpoche likes some things better than other things, And if there is what he likes, he appreciates so much. But there is no attachment. And this is a very big difference between the Buddhism and other kind of spiritualities. The Buddhism Dharma doesn't ask you to work on the pleasure. He asks you to work on the desire. And desire, this is attachment for pleasure. But pleasure, this is the nature of some things, When it's pleasant, okay, we enjoy it. If it's not, I'm not looking for this object for pleasure. There is a story. What's the difference between a Buddha and an ordinary man? The Buddha, when he sees a nice girl like this, coming like this, yeah, he appreciates. But when she's going here, okay, it's finished. Ordinary man, he appreciate. She disappears, he's doing that. That's the difference between the enlightened and ordinary person. This movement.
Now I understand.
Remember? Yeah. Many people think without grasping we don't appreciate. No, it's. I think you appreciate better without grasping. For example, you are 1 week in the holidays in a so nice beach in Thailand, for example. First day, oh, that's great. Second day, that's great. Third day, that's great. But in 4 days, it's finished. Dukkha begins to appear in our mind. Why? Because there is grasping. You are not making your suitcase at this moment. You are at the beach, and so you enjoy until the last day when it's time to make your suitcase and to go back to the airport. Okay, you do it. Why to grasp thoughts about our departure. It's making dukkha in our mind. You know? Many, 90% of our suffering is making by thoughts from the past or from the future, about the future. But we cannot avoid to think. We are a human being, and we have this consciousness, and we'll think, and we always think. And the problem is not to think. The problem is to grasp the thoughts. I think in Cine meditation, in Cine practice, you have to observe this process to be sure that this process is really making suffering, making dukkha. So Rinpoche, Dalai Lama, and all the masters, they live in the same way than us. If they become old, they have problems, physical problems. There are sickness also, and if the flight is cancelled, it's good, it's okay, I'm a Buddha, I don't feel anything, it's okay. No, it's completely stupid. One day I was in India, and there was we were in group, and we went from Delhi to Dharamsala and by bus, and the driver made a mistake. So we had to drive 2 hours more. And sometimes in the bus in India, it's taking time and very much tiring after flight. Okay. And there was a lady in the bus, a practitioner, that you find several people like this in the Dharma centers. I'm practicing Mahamudra. So I'm not in the concrete situations. I'm not anymore in the concrete things, So she was always smiling, I don't feel, there is no suffering, Did you see His Holiness Dalai Lama like this? Did you see Rinpoche like this? No, they are completely normal, So after hours in the bus, she said to me, Lama Tsultrim, are you in the Mahamudra? I said, no, I am in the bus until here. It was completely normal to be tired in this situation, We don't have to play to create something, You can be tired, but not grasping this tiredness. And your mind is not really tired. Your body is tired, but your mind is not really tired. But to be tired after hours in the bus in India is completely, yes, normal. We don't have to play something, But this, we have to really to experiment that. And I don't know, but for myself sometimes the no grasping experience is coming more easily when I have sadness in my mind, for example. You're very sad because you're separate of someone, and just you take care of you take aware of your sadness, and you say, okay, but go, just like this. You don't grasp it anymore. In 1 second, sadness is going. And if sadness is not going at once, what disappears is someone who is sad. And sadness anyway is going after. We have to, maybe the trace we say, trace of sadness is still here few seconds. But the sensation of someone who is sad disappears at once. But we have to experiment that. And this is Shine practice. We don't have to wait, to practice another kind of practice to develop this kind of meditation. In Shine, in Samatha, we have to develop this. To train not to grasp. So, break?
Okay.
Yeah?
15 minutes?
15 minutes?
Then we have 1 hour left.
Huh?
Then we have 1 hour
Yeah?
after.
Okay. So we'll meditate a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you. Don't say anything, but maybe I can take yours as well.
So, can we meditate a few minutes? For this meditation, just try not to be distracted by all phenomena, but to be aware of the presence of these phenomena. Just to be aware. So don't sleep, don't be distracted, just to be aware. And don't create something in your mind because you think the calm abiding must be in this way. It just to be aware of thoughts, everything. If there are thoughts, you don't follow. If there is not thought, okay, it's good. But just to keep awareness of this. Try not to move. Just be aware that you want to move, but don't move, and leave it. So it was very interesting to see. To see how our mind was reacting with the dogs, going, coming, and you see. And not to move, it's difficult, huh? Well, so much used to move. At the first unpleasant sensation, or pleasant sensation to caress of a dog, It's nice to know how mind is working, and to see in this situation what will happen if I don't react. I take a risk, but it's good to take this kind of risk, because the sensation, for example, this kind of sensation, I don't know how you call that.
Itch.
Hitch.
Itch. I-T-C-H. Itch.
Can you repeat?
I-T-C-H.
Oh, okay. Itch.
Itch.
Oh.
You itch and then you scratch the itch.
Yeah. So, what happens if I don't do? Yes. Maybe 1 minute. 1 minute after. 1 minute after, You don't remember the place where it was itching. This is a training for death. This meditation is a training for death moment. If we don't die suddenly, heart attack, do you think that for every kind of sensations that we'll experiment, it will be possible to protect, to do like this, and to take a tablet, and to do like that and this? How to face the sensations of this moment if we cannot be free of itching? Just ask the question of that. I don't think, yeah?
Sorry, I was just about to say, I thought all of the teachings towards Buddhism were preparing for death. I thought that was the whole point, that you got to the point that you are so ready that it doesn't matter. I thought that was the whole point.
I don't hear.
So I thought the whole point of all of the teachings were to prepare yourself for death. So that
I
when
think
you
it's
get to that point and you're aware of it, it doesn't matter. That there's no mass panic, there's no mass pain.
Because for Buddhists, death moment is very important. This is very much important. If we don't realize Buddhahood during this life, there is an occasion to realize it at the moment of the death. And many people, they realize at this moment. So for us, the worst death is to die sleeping. That's really the worst. Because we are not aware of this moment, So it will not be pleasant, maybe, but it's great if we can prepare and if we can be aware of this moment. But I'm sure that the death moment will be what my life was, I mean by that I cannot transform anything in my mind at this moment if I did not train to transform something before. So I'm not thinking to the death all the time, no. But the death will be kind of result of my training of meditation, And I could see quite recently, 3 years ago, one of my masters died. He was a very, very simple Lama, He was living in Burgundy for 40 years, something like this. He was Bhutanese. And everything I know from about the rituals, he was my teacher. I was not alone, of course. But He did not do many retreats, only the 3-year retreat when he was young, in Sonada in India. And then, after, he was, sometimes, he came to the retreat center and saying maybe he felt that there was some tensions in the center. I don't know. But in the afternoon he arrived with one cake, just before the gong of the session of meditation, just before. He said, "Oh, please come for this session, you come, and this is my birthday." But we say, "Lama again, it was your birthday 6 months ago." He said, yes, but it doesn't matter, it's... It was joking like this, And when he was teaching about tormas, making tormas, these figures in a pot, that offering in some rituals, we have to build it in a how to say, flour, water, and butter, And he was a master for that, It was absolutely perfect what he was doing in this. So when we took one quite okay, we said, "Oh, Lama again, is it okay?" "Oh, yes. Yapodu." Yapodu, it means, "Oh, very well." So he said, "Oh, Yapodu." He crushed everything, and he was laughing, He was a very, very good man, very, very good man. And but he said all the time, the mind, I did not understand nothing about the mind, the nature of the mind, and things like this. And he was in Spain 3 years ago. He was in Spain, in Huesca, in Pyrenees, in a very big Dharma center. And he said, "Oh, I'm not feeling very well." He was more than 80. But he said, "I'm not feeling very well." So he went to the retreat center, and somebody asked him, "Do you want help? Do you need help?" No, leave me alone, leave me alone. And he sit in meditation posture, and he died like this. Without being afraid, without nothing, very peacefully, and And he stayed in a meditation posture during 2 days, and after 2 days in Spain you cannot keep the body, So, but he kept the body was keeping, in good posture with the heart chakra completely hot, warm, not hot, but warm, yeah. And it's a very common way to die for Tibetans. And so it means that he understood very well the nature of the mind to die in this way. And it was not, he did not do 30 years of retreat in a cave and things like this, He was completely ordinary Lama, teaching and traveling, same life that we have, a common life. But he was meditating during his activity all the day. So it's a good example for us. We suppose all the time, we must be a Rinpoche to die in this way, or no. Maybe we'll do. It depends on us. And also one thing about to make the link between the meditation and the qualities that we can develop, love and compassion, for example. When we grasp something, there is absolutely no possibility for love and compassion to develop on the same moment. So we have to experiment also that without grasping is giving the opportunity to our qualities to become powerful and with equanimity. Equanimity means for all beings, not only for my family, for my relatives, and for the people that I love, but for all beings. When the Dalai Lama, one day he was in France, 10,000 people were in front, and he was giving a teaching about the Bodhicharya text, and in the last chapter, he was commenting this chapter, and he said, in the samsara, all beings are suffering, and he stopped. So we were like this. We said, he lost the page, or what? Or the text, And he did like this. And doing like this, his head was very near the micro. Everybody, 10,000 people here heard that he was crying. Just thinking that in the samsara, people are suffering is making a lot of wave of compassion in the mind of someone like His Holiness Dalai Lama. So it means that the compassion is without limit. Love is without limit. And we can feel sometimes this limitless love and compassion in our own mind, ordinary mind. I'm sure those who have a family, who have children, sometimes you felt that. When you think your son or your child is sick, and very sick, I'm sure sometimes you could say to yourself, may I suffer myself, but my child become free of this. And this is not your mind, not your head, who is thinking at this moment. This is, I don't know where, but something from here, It means we have this potentiality of love and compassion. We don't have to look for more compassion and love outside from ourselves. Everything is here. But it's very rare. It can, express with so much, powerful. It's because it's due to grasping all the time. Without grasping, you can feel this intensity of love that you can feel now for your child, for example, for all beings. And that's to make the link between the need to meditate and the bodhicitta. To be a real bodhisattva, we have to meditate. Not only, but we have to meditate. Voilà. It was very great to be with you. And really, I would like to thank Cesare, but also Sally and David for your dinner and sleeping. And Kelly, you sent me several mails, and everybody who organized this day here. It's a very nice place here, a very nice area also. First time I come to Kent.
Hopefully not the last.
Okay. Okay, thank you. As I said, I did not know anything about Kent, only one thing, the Duke of Kent. I don't know why, but I just heard there is a Duke of Kent. Yeah. And it's very good to be a group, Sangha, and to to meet sometimes regularly and to practice together, because we need the Sangha. Sangha is one of the 3 jewels, so we need. So it's very good to maintain that. So Rinpoche will come in May?
Yeah, May the 1st and 2nd.
Oh yeah.
And if people would like to take refuge, he's also offering refuge vows on the 2nd
Oh yeah.
of May.
Oh
So
good.
if you'd like to do that, you can email on the leaflet that's around, and then we can book you in for that one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also giving Bodhisattva vows.
The what?
Bodhisattva vows.
Oh yes.
For that
Yeah,
day
good.
as well. They're not long, no?
Mm?
Not long.
That's good. And some of you will come to summer camp in Portugal?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, good. Oh, yes, you too. Yeah, good. Did you come before?
No.
No. Yeah, that's very nice also to meet the international Sangha. Yeah, it's nice. Want to say more? I don't know.
We also have some financial support for people that would like to come to summer camp. So if you want to come to summer camp but you think it's a bit you can't afford it, then there's £150 for 4 people to help towards
That's good.
the flight or the cost of the camp. So again, you can email us if you want that. If you really can't afford it, that is. People that can't afford it would like to come.
That's very nice. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's on the website as well. Yeah, you can take a look on the website.
Good. This is also the Sangha. To help. Yeah. Yeah.
We meet once a week.
You meet once a week?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every
that's good.
Tuesday.
That's very good to maintain the link. Sometimes we don't need, but sometimes if we need, we know that this day we can meet. And that's very important to know it. Yeah.
It's been 6 years, Cesare, this year?
Mm-hmm.
6 years he's been going.
For 6 years you are doing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow. This is a nice Chöning. Chöning means the garden of Dharma. Chö, this is Dharma, and Ling, this is garden.
And where are the flowers? The garden. Yeah, Kent is known as the Garden of England.
Oh yes?
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah. So the
I
Garden
see.
of Dharma is in the Garden of England.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What is the main city in Kent? Canterbury? This is? Oh yeah? Oh, like what? The Archbishop?
Yeah.
Archbishop? This is the Bishop, Archbishop, I don't know. Archbishop? At the head of the church?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
2 things you know about Kent.
Huh?
2 things you know about Kent. The Archbishop and the Duke of Kent.
That's 2 things, very much important. Yeah. Okay. So, do we do the dedication? And also the long life prayer for Rinpoche. Zipani Tum Nepe Janam Pamjene Kega Nachi Valak Chupai Sipe Sole Jowo Jolwo Ishu. By this merit, may all the 10 of my signs, may defeat me enemies of thought and delusion. May all beings be freed from the stormy waves of birth, old age, sickness and death, the oceans of samsara. Oso shintu shiwe ranchile, pogyo relwa jumata buku, namyon jegutsen mami shepa, chime sele no tso shesem. Enchanting illusion like appearance, manifesting from the luminosity of perfect natural harmony, always unmarked by the signs of aging and decline, may you remind in the essence of the deity of immortality.